Hello, hey Snowbone. Hi Deb. Hi Beth. Hi Stacy. Sorry, I've been working on a bag all day today and I haven't ate. Looked up and I was like, oh my goodness, it is 5:58. Hey Shay. Hello Colleen. Hi Robin. Hi Mary. I'm just gonna let a few more people get on and then I'm gonna go over the pattern. Hi Kathy. Hi Kim. Yes, with tacos and burritos. My favorite syrup. Hi, Katie. Hi, Mary. Oh no. What part did your machine struggle on? Hi, Shelly. Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Lori. Okay. I think we got a good amount. Yes, Kathy. I use cardstock paper for my patterns, and I love it. I print the full patterns, and I keep them together. I put them on like one of those metal round binder rings, and then I just hang it up. I have like this rack. I just hang them up so that I don't fold them or anything. Shay, yes, what pattern request are you wanting? Or sewing request? Hi, Cheryl. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Denise. Yes, I enjoy sew alongs, and I actually since Tops and Bobbins is sponsoring this this sew along, I do want to say a couple of my must-have. Well, I guess like they're not like you need them in order to sew, but like they're like some really good tools that I use that has saved me a lot of time. My first one is this one here. It is the zipper template, and it has the 1/2 inch and a 3/8 inch, and it goes from 9 inch to 7 inch, and then for the same for the 3/8 inch. I absolutely love this. I'll be using this. Oh, and you know what? I just realized I did not cut out my pocket and my slip pocket, and someone had reminded me, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna cut it out, and then I didn't. So I'm gonna end up having to get up and do that. But let's go ahead and kind of get started. This is the Bonnie sew along. I'm gonna real quickly grab my pattern pieces. We'll go over the patterns. I'm gonna be doing the drawstring edition. So you're gonna want to make sure if you're doing the drawstring edition, if you're doing the drawstring edition, you're gonna want to make sure that you print this out. And I did put a link for this in the event post, but you can also find it in the files in the group. So for this, I kind of, when I looked through it, the grommets that I'm going to be using are not going to be 3/8, and I am now sitting here realizing I did not grab any of my hardware. So we're going to have to grab. Okay, so my phone data internet is a lot quicker than the home one that we have, and so it definitely will freeze or it'll kick me out. Let me go through some of these questions. Yes, Tina, Texas, for sure. Okay, So Sunny, the template is the zipper template. You can find this at Tops and Bobbins. It has the 1/2 inch, and it's a 9 inch, 8 inch, 7 inch, and then this one's 3/8 of an inch, and it's 9 inch, 8 inch, and 7 inch. Has saved me so much time. Hi, Belle. Hi, Kathy. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to be doing the Bonnie Drawstring edition, so make sure you print this out. It has you do all the steps the same all the way up until you get to step 7. So what I did was I printed this out. I found step 7 in the pattern, and I placed it inside here so I did not forget, because I will forget. I also went ahead and marked it in my, I hope you can see, in my pattern booklet, that I put a little note saying that if you're doing the Bonnie edition, to make sure you stop here and you grab the instructions. Okay, real quickly, let's go over the pattern pieces. So for the, if you're going to do the Bonnie Drawstring edition, you need to cut out a drawstring, which is 40 inches by 1.5 inches. I cut this in my exterior fabric. It says to cut it in lining. Honestly, you can do it in any, you can do it in your exterior or your lining, or you can do a totally different color. Like I was doing, I could do like gray or something if I wanted like contrasting colors. So it doesn't just have to be what it's saying lining wise. Let's see. Also, you're gonna do like the cincher, cincher piece, and it's that little square that you put the drawstrings through, and you can kind of cinch it up. So that is 4 inches by 3.5 inches. Same thing. It says to cut it in one lining. If you are cutting or using cotton, make sure you interface them. Both the you're gonna want to interface both the oh my goodness, my brain is like not working. You're gonna want to make sure you interface both the drawstring and the cinch panel if you're using a cotton. Shelly, so if you purchase the patterns through Swoon, they just have you put your order number in, and you can find your order number if you go, if you did it on the website, you just go through, find that that pattern, and it'll give you the order number, and then you just put that in the notes at Tops and Bobbins. Hi, Marie. Okay. Right here, this is my drawstring. It's 40 inches by 1.5. I did mine in vinyl. This is that cincher panel I was telling you about. That's 4 inches by 3 inches. We got our bottom panel. This is the exterior. And it is interfaced with Decoville Heavy or Peltex if you use Peltex. This here is the inside lining top panel. And remember, if you were with me cutting, I recommended that you labeled all of the tops on your pieces so that you know what is a top, because some of these kind of look square but they're not, or they look rectangular and they're not. So this is the pocket lining. This is going to be on the outside. We're going to be doing that welt pocket. And then you have your bottom lining. Like I said, mine top is labeled so that I know what it is. And I am using waterproof canvas. If you're using a cotton for your lining, you're going to want to make sure that you interface it with SF101. And then this is a pocket welt. This is going to be on the outside of the bag. And that is, the pocket welt is this right here. that you see on the front of the pattern. So you got your pocket welt here, and I put mine is in a exterior. This is the bottom panel, I believe. Hold on. Or is this the top? Let me grab my pattern pieces. I didn't label what it is, but I did label my top and my bottom. But obviously it doesn't help me if I don't know. I would just say if you're using a polyester, I would still go ahead and I would just do SF101 on the polyester because it kind of has like a, it's kind of made or woven like regular cotton is. Okay, I'm going to, I guess, I should have. Okay, here, these are the main panels here. And of course, I did my tops, making sure that you did your mirror image for these. And I labeled the top on every single piece that I cut. I'm going to go ahead and check in here. Maybe I wrote it in here. No, I didn't. This is the basic exterior pocket facing. And then this is the strap, or the handle, and then the strap connector. So real quickly, I'm just going to run and try to figure out what piece this is. Okay. So real quickly, I just want to check. So I know that this is my top. So I'm just going to find one that looks similar. Okay, I think it's this one right here. Alright, so this is the bottom strip, like I thought it was. Okay, so this right here, bottom strip. I'm going to go ahead and label that. Since normally I have like the cardstock patterns, or I have I have my patterns, or my pattern templates in cardstock, and normally what I do is I cut it out and then I kind of like slip it in here so that I know what every single piece is. But because I have the acrylic templates, I wasn't able to do that, so that's why some of them weren't labeled. That first one I think I cut out and it wasn't labeled. So now we can get to sewing. It seems that we have quite a few people here, so let's get to it. So if most of y'all have sewn with me before, for the people that are new, this is your first time joining, I like to start out with the handles before I do anything else in the pattern. Everything else I'll do as in the order that the pattern instructs you to, but the only thing I do out of order is the straps. I just think I like just getting out of the way. I know I have a fresh bobbin in my machine, so that's why I like to do the handles first. And then once you do the bag and you like turn it out and it's like you're almost done, it's a lot more exciting to like, okay, the handles are done, I can just put it on now. I don't have to sew it up, the handles, real quickly. Hi, Chris. Yes, I feel like, I will say, past couple months, I just kind of have like lost my Zoje. Like, it was, I don't know, I just wasn't really able to sew. I did that one sew along, and pretty much the only time I was sewing was when I did a sew along. But also end of December, 2 weeks of that was my kids were home from school, for 2 weeks, so it was kind of impossible to do anything. Oh, I love my industrial machine. Seriously. Okay. So I have my, I got a first bobbin in. Let's go ahead. You're going to want to get a ruler, and we're going to mark our center points for the, we're going to want to mark these center points. And I don't know where all my stuff is. Here it is. So this is a 4-inch. It's going to be a 1-inch, it's going to be a 1-inch handle. So that means that your center point is going to be 2 inches so that you can get that 1 inch. Wanda, this is a Juki DDL 5550. I bought this pre-owned on my Facebook Market for $400, and then I spent an extra $100 to get the servo motor. I totally get that. I have 4 boys, and there's times that like things get out of whack, and we're in survivor mode also. And that's exactly what we were in December, and a little bit in January too, because they were home. And then it's like, it's a big transition for them because they like go to sleep late. They're on their electronics a lot more than they are during the school, like during school time. So then they have those like, just got to get them back into their routine. It'd probably just be easier not to get out of their routine, but it's kind of like a break. I mean, we do virtual learning with them, and so I'm just like, I don't want to do anything. I'm right there with them. It's like I'm back in school also. So what I'm doing right now is I am doing my center mark on my handles. This is going to be a 1-inch handle, so you're going to want to make sure you mark it in the 2-inch. So you're going to go 2 inch from the edge and mark into that center to get your center line. And I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to do the drawstring and everything else. And for the connector tabs, they kind of do a little different. With the handles, they just don't want you seeing the raw edges of the on the handle. So that's why this is at 4 inch, because you're going to fold it and then you're going to fold it again. For the connectors here, your center mark is going to be 1 inch. And the reason why is you'll fold your raw edges into the center, but since we're going to be folding the connector tabs, you won't see the center, so you don't need to put you don't want as much bulk in your strap connectors. Laura Stevenson, yes, I am going to do the inside zipper pocket. I'm not going to be doing the one that is at the top. This one is going to be, I don't have an example, and I can't show you the purse that's behind me because it hasn't been released yet. So, I don't have, it'll just be like a regular inside pocket like in any purse. I'm not going to be doing that one at the top that, I'll show you. I'm not going to be doing this one here where it has you put the zipper in at the where the top lining is, but that's because I'm doing the drawstring edition for this bag. So I'm just going to place it a little further down inside, and I'm going to cut it at 8 inches by 10 inches. It's going to be folded, and yeah, I'm going to fold it so that, I wonder if I have any extra zipper panels in here from bags I haven't sewn up yet. Well, y'all do know that it's coming. It's not a swoon one. It's an Aura Rosa bag. It'll be released Thursday, I believe. But yes, I'm trying to hide it in the back. I should probably actually just cover it up. Okay. So, where did I feel like I dropped something. No. So we did our handle connectors, and then we did our handles. So let's go ahead and move on to the drawstring edition. So I want to say the drawstring is, let me see. Sorry, I'm reading the, I want to see what we're supposed to do for the drawstring. Okay. So, for this one here, just going to find our middle because we are going to be, there's not going to be any raw edge on this one. This one here, you're going to want to do your center panel at is the 5th? No, you're right. I have to turn, that's my day, I have to turn it in. Yes, I'm not doing the recessed zipper inside the bag. I'm just going to do a regular zipper pocket. Kathy, do not worry. I have ADHD. I am medicated now. Not right now because I was working on a bag and I just was not paying attention and forgot to take the second dose I have. But I'm also ADHD, which is why I have about 10 bags that I've cut out, and they're just sitting right here. I have the Lola that I was supposed to make with Tammy Sew Along. The furthest I got was I cut it out, and then I quilted it, and I embroidered on it. And I haven't done anything after that. So I am marking my center points at like 3 1/4. Or, yeah. No, not 3 1/4. 3/4 of an inch in from the raw edge. So I'm just going to make my way all the way down this drawstring. Try not to chat as much so that we can get through this. I know sometimes I will chat everybody's ear off and you're kind of like, can you get back to the pattern? Okay, there we go. I did my center marks there. I'm just going to set that aside, and now we're going to do the same thing with the cincher. I cannot say that word. Cincher. Was it in December? I'm telling you. I thought it was in... Yeah. I had every intention of following along, and it just did not happen. Thank you, Dalva. Yes, I mean, and I was so excited. Maybe I'll get to it. Maybe I'll do it. Okay. So I'm going to double check this. It's always good to double check. Make sure that you get your stuff right, because I had an incident the Sunday where I made the bag and I messed up, and I had to completely scrap the bag and start all over again. And I will say, I'm not ashamed to admit it, I cried. And then I was like, okay, now I just got to go out and buy this fabric again. And the sad thing is, they did not have that color anymore. So I had to change my color. Okay. So we're going to press the center in half, right sides together, and match the two short edge. Sew along the raw edge, okay. Then we're going to turn it, then we're going to top stitch. Now fold the center panel in half, matching the short ends. Okay. It's actually going to be pretty easy. So, we'll go ahead and do this now. And then we'll do the center now so that it's done when we get to that point. It's just all assembling everything. So, I'm going to put that aside. Let's grab your handle and your strap connectors. I'm going to grab my double-sided tape. Okay, so I'm going to get my double-sided tape and I'm going right in the center of this. So I'm just centering it, set it aside. Now we're going to do the same exact thing to the handle, and then we're going to do the same exact thing to the drawstring. I'm using tape from Waywat. This is like leather tape. It's fairly strong. I recommend that if you don't have an industrial machine, that you don't use it. I don't know how it is on a domestic machine. I've heard that some machines don't like it. It just depends on your machine. But I do know that you can get a really good, well, it's not really good, but you can get a like cheap double-sided tape on Amazon, and it's not super thick, sticky. So that's what I used when I worked on my domestic machine and I was making purses. I just looked up double-sided like crafting tape, and that's what I used. So I did the same thing, adding my tape down the middle. Yes, okay, so like Tammy said, it is to sticky for all domestic machines. Sorry, I'm gonna okay. I'm gonna set this aside. Let's go ahead and start with our handle. And you're going to want to line it up. I leave a little bit of a gap, like I don't go right up to this line that I just, okay, yes, I did hear about using the alcohol on it. And I do think that there is like some non-stick needles also out there, but I don't know how well they work. Okay. So with the handle, I'm going to leave about like 1/16. I'm not going all the way up to that line, that center line. And I'll show you why when I get there. This will just help it fold nice and evenly. So I'm just leaving a little bit, not going all the way up. And I'm going to do that same exact thing to the other side. The only time I'm going to go all the way up to the edge, or to that center line that I made, is if I'm doing a strap connector that doesn't involve you folding it again. So like this strap connector will butt it all the way up to the edge. So we're gonna do the same exact thing, leaving about like 1/16 of an inch. That way you have about an 1/8 of an inch gap in the middle of this handle. I'm just carefully going down, making sure I keep it as even as possible. So, as you can see that gap right in there, and this is why. When I fold this over, you see no overhang. See that? You don't see, it's nice and even. Because if I did go all the way up to that line, you'll have it look like this. Where you can kind of see, it has that little lip. So that is why I do this. I just find it gives me a nice even edge on my handles. So I'm just going to get some clips real quickly, clip it down, and then I'm going to move on to the strap connector. We're going to do the same exact thing. The only difference is I'm going to go all the way up to that line. I'm not going to do the same that I did with the handle because we're not going to be folding it in on itself again. So I'm going as close as I can, making sure there's no gap. That way, when you fold the connectors, you will hardly see that there is even a line here if you butt it up as close as you can to the other raw edge. So you can barely see that line. The reason why is because when we make our strap connectors, we're gonna fold it like this. So you're not really gonna see the inside of this like you're going to see on the handle. On the handle, you're gonna see both sides. For this, you're not. You're just gonna see only the outside of your connectors. So I'm gonna do the same exact thing. And now we're going to do the drawstring. If you're doing the drawstring edition, make sure that you mark your center points. And whoops, this got stuck. I have not used real leather, so but yes, it also is all personal preference, I guess. I mean, if it doesn't bother you to have that lip, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so I'm doing the same exact thing I did with my handles. I'm going to leave that small gap. I'm not going all the way up to my edge, because we're going to fold this on itself again, because this is going to be the drawstring that goes through the, this is going to be the drawstring that goes through the grommets. I just want to make sure that I don't stretch my vinyl. Sometimes vinyl can be a little stretchy one way, so I'm just making sure I don't accidentally stretch it, because sometimes I will. I mean, if you stretch it on the handles or anything, you just even up the edges. Some vinyl stretch, some don't. Just depends on what kind you get. Surprisingly, and this is, I really like the vinyl at Walmart. Walmart has really nice, I mean, I say nice vinyl. I use those vinyls mainly just for like making my like tester bags, because it's not expensive, I guess. But like it has this like fabric backing on it, and it like doesn't get stuck on my sewing machine, which I really like. But so I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. So I'm going to start on one edge, make my way, making sure there's a little bit of a gap, about 1/8 of an inch. If it goes over a little bit, it's okay. So I'm just making my way down. when I did not. Kathy, no, this probably will end up being for sale. I don't really use purses. I have 4 kids. 2 of them are under 2. Well, my 2-year-old's gonna be 3 at the end of this month, but my youngest is 1 and still in diapers. So carrying a purse is not possible when you have like a diaper bag and then you have to carry like a shoulder purse. I carry a wristlet, and it has everything in it. But who knows? My sister or my mom might end up grabbing it before I can even post it up. Mary, I don't know what weight this fabric is or this vinyl is. All I know is it's whatever weight is at Fabric Warehouse Direct. It's the marine vinyl. So I'm going to clip this all the way down just because it's so small. I want to make sure, and it was a little bit harder to leave a gap, so I'm just gonna make my way. Okay. So this one here is going to be a little bit tricky because it's so tiny. But we got it. It's like a hand workout. My hand is starting to cramp. Okay, so let's go ahead. I'm going to set this aside. I'm going to do this last. That way it kind of like can fold and, you know, be a little bit easier if it's been sitting in there. If it's been sitting folded for a little bit. So we're going to start with the strap connector right here. Make sure that your raw, like where the raw edges are, it's down. That way you have the nice stitching on the top. So I'm going to adjust my stitch length to a 4. We're going to go 1/8 of an inch from the edge, or that folded edge right there. I'm going to back stitch. And I'm going to flip it over. Do the same exact thing to the other side, going 1/8 of an inch from that folded edge. Wanda, I am using a size, oh, what size am I using? That always is a little bit different. I have a whole stack over here. Let me grab them real quickly. Okay, I am using a size 18 needle, so it's a 110 and then a /18. I'm also using a Tech 70 thread. I found that using a size 18 needle has made my stitching look a lot nicer. Now we're going to be doing our handle. We're going to do the same thing. Starting on the folded edge right here, I'm going to go 1/8 of an inch. My stitch length is still at a 4. I'm going to make sure it's nice and even. I need to go in slowly, making sure it stays nice and straight. Pivot, go across, and once again, going at it 1/8 of an inch. Gonna cut these extra thread off, that way it doesn't get sucked up under my machine and cause nesting, which won't look nice. And I'm just gonna back stitch to lock my stitches in place. So we have our strap right there. Set it aside, and now I'm going to grab the cincher. No, Dalva, they don't. And I'm going to tell you, because I used to have a baby lock, well, I have a baby lock soprano, and it thread cuts your thread, and then it also lifts your pressure foot up. Like, anytime you stop, it'll lift it up, but keep your needle down. So it was a big adjustment when I got to this and everything was manual. So we have our center panel here. So you're going to fold in half. So you're going to fold right sides together like this. You want right sides touching, matching the two shorter edges right here. And you're going to sew along at a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to change my stitch length. I've been finding that my machine has been acting really weird, and I'm back to stitching at like a 2.5 stitch length with my industrial. I used to always stitch at like a 3.5, but I've noticed some like spacing on my, or like you can see the stitches. Hi, Cindy. So, I'm just gonna adjust this so it's nice and even. So remember, we're gonna be folding on the short edge right here. We got right sides together, 1/4 of an inch. I have my stitch length at a 2.5. Okay. So now we're going to turn this tube right side out, and if you're working with vinyl, it might be a little tricky, but just work it through. If you're using cotton, it'll probably be a little bit easier. It also tells you to press it, but since I'm using vinyl, I can't really press it. So, just gonna use this so that I can spread my Where did my piece? Everything is not organized because I've been sewing all day, so everything is everywhere. Normally, when I'm done sewing, I like put everything back where it needs to be, so I'm not like this the next time I sew. So now we're going to turn the tube right side out, just like this. We're going to press the seam so that it's in the middle. I can't press my seam because I am using vinyl, so I'm just going to use my fingers to kind of like work it. And then I'm just going to get it as centered as possible. And you're going to want to top stitch on the long edge side. You're going to top stitch it, making sure this is in the middle. I'm actually going to put my seam down because I want a nice stitch. And so I'm going to change my stitch length back to a 4 since we're top stitching. Making sure this is all nice and even still. I'm going to make sure I reinforce my stitches so they don't come out. Going to add 1/8 of an inch. Do the same exact thing to the other side. Back stitch to reinforce my stitches. There we go. Now we have the cinch part, and from here I'm going to make sure that it's all nice and even. If there's any overhang, I'm just going to even it up. Looks good. Wasn't too much overhang. So now we're going to fold the cincher panel in half. We're going to match the raw edges with the seam. Hold on a second. So we're going to press the seam allowance open, turn inside out so that the long seam allowance are inside. Sorry. No, Lori, this does not have a walking foot. It's just a regular, it's really made for clothing. I'm going to press the panel in half, right sides together, matching. We're going to sew, which is what we did. We're going to turn the tube right side out, press so that the seam is in the middle of the panel. Then top stitch along the long edge at 1/8 of an inch, we did. Now we're going to fold the panel in half. Okay. This is a crucial part I missed. So now we're going to fold it like this in half. And you want the seam on the outside. And now we're going to sew along the edge at a quarter of an inch seam allowance. So now we're going to I'm going to put my stitch length back to 2.5. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and put it at a 3. And we're going to stitch at 1/4 inch seam allowance on the short edge. Make sure that the long seam allowance that we did in the first step is out, you can see it. You don't want it on the inside, because we're going to turn this now we're going to turn this again. And it's getting thicker, so it's going to be that way. You're not going to see any. There will be any raw edges. So I'm just going to attempt to work this through. You could also probably hit this with some steam maybe and get it through, but this is I'm struggling. It's the seam, it's so bulky I can't get it to fold. Really gonna have to work through this. Making sure I'm not. Now I can probably get this through. I'm just gonna there we go. Okay, so now we turned it inside out, so you can see that seam is right in there. And this is for the drawstring edition. So I'm going to run my fingers through here, kind of like I did on the long seam, on the one that had the first seam that we did. Just gonna kind of run my fingers through here. I wish I had I have a little turner, but I'm fairly certain one of my kids took it, because they were in here with me while I was sewing. So I'm just gonna try and get if you're using cotton, it'll be a little bit easier because you can get your fingers in there and then you can iron it down with your iron. You're going to get this right in the middle. Okay, so I think kind of got it. So we're going to top stitch this, and this will hold down that 1/4 inch seam allowance down. So we're going to go ahead and top stitch this now. I'm going to move my stitch length to a 4. I'm going to keep this in the middle. I might need my hump jumper because it's and then from that center seam right here, you see the center seam? You're going to want to go 1/8 of an inch from that center seam. You can mark it if you need to, so you'll mark 1/8 of an inch on to the right of that seam, and then you'll mark 1/8 of an inch from the left of that seam. If you need to. I should be able to do this without having to mark it. And I'm just gonna go kind of slow. I wish I knew where my thread. Oh, perfect. So I'm putting my hump jumper in because it's so thick. I'm going over this seam. I want to make sure that I'm able to with my foot, with my pressure foot. So here we go. I'm going to make sure that I backstitch. And I'm going to make my way 1/8 of an inch. Backstitch. And now I'm going to do the same exact thing to the other side. Going to place my, make sure that I'm at that 1/8 of an inch mark on my pressure foot. I have a little dot because halfway through my sewing foot is 1/8 of an inch. So here we go. Just gonna move this. I want to make sure that I don't have any of my threads underneath, because you're gonna want a really nice stitching on the front, because since you're sewing from the back, you don't want to get any nesting, because when you flip it, that's going to be your front side. So I'm going to take a couple of stitches, and then I'm going to back stitch. And back stitch. And there we go. Now I'm just going to get my lighter here, because be careful not to burn your vinyl. I'm just getting these threads so that they're not sticking out. But I don't want to get too close. You don't want to accidentally burn your vinyl, which I've done, so. There we go. Okay. Now I'm just going to run this chopstick that I have. I'm just going to kind of run it through, kind of get that, like, that roundness of the chopstick, or the cinch panel. So I'm going to run my other chopstick on this side. Try to get that through. Make sure you don't get it stuck like I did. There we go. There we go. So we kind of have a little bit of that roundness, and you can see. There we go. Just gonna set that aside for now, and that is that. Now we can do the drawstring. The drawstring is just a tiny version of the handles. So we're gonna go 1/8 of an inch. Let's double check, make sure it's 1/8 of an inch. Yep, top stitch at a, you're going to want to top stitch at 1/8 of an inch on the edge. And then we can get to sewing the bag. go slowly if you need to. So I'm going at 1/8 of an inch. My my stitch length is at a 4 since I'm top stitching. I'm on the Juki, so the biggest the machine my stitch goes on this machine is a 4. On my other machine, I think it goes to a 5. Yeah, it goes to a 5. Okay, I'm getting to that edge. I'm gonna go slowly. Make sure I don't go over. If I do, just reverse it. So we're only top stitching along the open side. So I'm gonna go ahead, do my reverse stitching, and that's that. So now we have our drawstring. Ooh, yes. Because I'm not really a fan on how that came out, but it happens. It's just too bulky with vinyl. Okay. Now we can go to the front of the pattern because we're going to be starting here at the main panels. So we're going to pin one main exterior panel to the mirror, to a mirrored basic exterior main panel. So, here it is. I'm just going to look at this real quick. Okay. It says basic, but the basic is just pretty much the same thing. If you use a contrasting color, they just have like the mirrored, they put the mirrored piece. They did that as a, they just called it its own, they have a name for it instead of just calling it the mirrored image. Okay. So you're going to want to make sure you have your top, the curve should be out. You're not, make sure you don't, so you're going to look at it, you don't want to stitch where that curve is. So like, you can kind of see, you see how it curves? You're not stitching on the point there. You're going to want to stitch on the lowest point. You're gonna want that curve. So let's see what the seam allowance is. So we're gonna sew the along the shorter of the long edges at a 1/2 inch. So I'm gonna put my stitch length. I'm gonna go to 3. Hopefully my machine is acting right today. So I'm going to go back stitch. Adjusting. gonna release my tension a little bit. I'm gonna release my pressure foot also because it is making my pieces shift a little bit. Okay, let's see. So now we're gonna top stitch. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this aside. That way I don't change my stitch length. I'm gonna go ahead and stitch the other one, and then I will top stitch. That way I am not switching between two of the between my stitch length. I'm gonna clip it. Hopefully that will help. My machine is not wanting to act right today, which is crazy because it was doing just fine all day. Okay, I have my stitch length. I'm gonna go ahead and bump it up to like 3 1/4. Maybe that will help. So 1/2 inch. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm going to bump my stitch length to a 4, and we're going to top stitch now. So let's see. Open up the main panels and press, or no, open up the main panels so that both panels are wrong side up. Okay, flip right side up. So if you're using a cotton, you can press it. I'm not, so I'm going to just finger press it, and then we're going to flip it right side up, and we're going to top stitch 1/4 inch along the seam, not 1/8 inch like most top stitching is. So for me, that means I just need to line my foot up to that seam because my foot is 1/4 inch wide. Adjust this a little bit, and I'm going to take a couple stitches and then back stitch, and then I'm just going to make my way all the way down, making sure that the seam stays open. And if I adjust, I'm putting my needle down, that way I don't accidentally rip it out if I'm adjusting it, which I have done. Back stitching. No. I ran out of bobbin thread. Figures. That's okay. I actually have some ready to go. Probably should have checked. So, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go like a couple stitches up just so that I can reinforce it, and then I'm just going to go ahead and follow that stitch line that I was already using. I'm just going to make my way all the way down, following that same exact stitch line. Since vinyl, once you put a hole in it, it kind of stays in there. There's like a trick you can do with a iron or something, or dryer, I just try not to put extra holes in my vinyl. And make sure I'm not missing any comments, questions. Okay, so now we top stitch that one side. Now we're going to go ahead and top stitch the other side. So like I said, and guess what? I am not, today's not my day apparently. I need to redo this because I did not make sure that I didn't make sure that my seams are open. So I accidentally real quickly, I'm just going to pick this up to where I started and then restitch, following those holes. It happens. I was hoping I got all my mess ups out of the way before the live, but apparently I did not. And that is why my seam ripper is my best friend. So I'm just real quickly picking these stitches out. It's not a typical live if I don't mess up at least once. For everybody that follows me normally, that is like a regular to my lives, y'all know that. Just going real carefully, making sure I don't cut my vinyl. That would not be fun. So if you learn anything, make sure that before you top stitch, you have a full bobbin and that your seam is pressed open so it doesn't close up like this. And if I had done the whole entire thing like that, I probably would have just left it, but since half is open and half is closed, it won't sit right. So that's okay because nobody will know if there's a mess up. I mean, y'all will know. Okay, so now I'm going to open this up. And like I did before, I'm going to start a couple stitches from where I started so that I can lock those into place. Then I'm just going to make my way back down. Okay. So now we can flip it and let's top stitch the other side, making sure your seam is open. I'm going 1/4 inch, and I have my seam I have my stitch at a 4, sorry. Back stitching, making sure my seam is open. Okay. Now we have one panel done. Just going to set this aside, and now we're going to do the next panel. Doing the same thing, making sure that my seams are open. I'm going to go 1/4 of an inch from one side, and then we're going to do 1/4 of an inch on the other side. My stitch length is at a 4 since we're doing like a top stitch. That's just what I like. You can do any stitch length that you like for the top stitch. Okay. Okay, we're making our way. Back stitching. Flipping it, and now we're going to do the same exact thing. 1/4 of an inch. Making sure my seam is open. Back stitching. And just following that seam all the way down at 1/4 of an inch. Back stitching. And now we can here's my, so you see how it curves? Hope you can see. You want that curve. See, both my tops. So now when you look on the back, it says top, top. Hi, Judith. I want to say you have, it's not like, you can actually, so I think we might have like changed it up. If you're watching the live, you can go to Tammy or the Swoon group. They put a link in here. So you can enter, if you're watching the live, you can go and enter the giveaway. So there's a link in the comments, and you can sign up. Thank you, Deb. So your back should look like this. Your seam's pressed open. I'm just evening, like, going, like, there's a little bit of overhang. I'm just going to cut that so that you don't see it anymore. Oh, now I'm going to put my tag on, my bag tag on. So I'm kind of changing mine. I'm actually going to put my, yeah, I'm going to put it on the bottom. Normally I put it on the top, but this time I'm going to put it on the bottom. And I need to get my, yes, I love the black vinyl. I like using black vinyl because it really makes the hardware pop out. So now I kind of got to figure out what kind of hardware do I want. Do I want rose gold, antique brass, silver, gold? What do y'all think? What color hardware should I do? Here, I'll go ahead and pull out one of each. As much as I don't like mixing brown and black together, I find that I like antique brass and black together. Probably not the gunmetal, because the gunmetal, now that I set it on top of my, now that I set it on top of the panel, it really blends in. So let's see. So I'm gonna, what color do y'all think? So I got a lot of, looks like I got rose gold, got 3 rose gold. I'm gonna give a couple more seconds, check it out. Definitely probably won't, I'm not gonna do the gunmetal because I want it to pop out. I got 1 antique brass, I got a silver. Right now rose gold is in the lead. I'm gonna go grab my hardware. Kathy, I love gunmetal too, but it really blends in. Okay, so let's see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 for rose gold, 3 for oh man. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Right now, rose gold and antique brass are tied. Still tied. There's 6. Brass is ahead. Now rose gold, so it's a tie again. Okay, it looks like it's rose gold. Close my eyes, mix them up. Perfect. Okay, so the winners right now are the antique brass and the rose gold. I don't know. Let's see. I'm kind of leaning to the antique brass. What do you think? It's a rose gold, antique brass. Okay. All right, it looks like I'm gonna go, it looks like antique brass won. So I'm gonna put away the rose gold, grab this antique brass, and then real quickly, I'm just gonna run right behind me and grab my Okay, so I don't have any O-rings, so I think I'm going to use, I don't know if I should use, I'm going to use D-rings instead of, or should I use squares? I'm going to set these aside and we'll wait to see what the squares. Okay. Squares it is. Set that aside. And let's let's go ahead and do our front. So I'm going to place actually, I might not be able to put my, do the, my name tag until we do the bottom section. Okay, I'm going to have to wait. Dalva, what do you mean contrasting brand, the contrasting band? I did all mine in black. So I did not. The contrasting band would just be this right here, or that bottom piece. You would just cut this in a separate, which I kind of wish I would have cut it in maybe like a leopard print. So now we're going to do the exterior pocket. So I'm going to hold off on my nameplate until I get to until I put on my bottom panel. That way I know exactly where I can set it. Let's see. So now we're going to choose the exterior pocket. It does say to choose a main panel to install the pocket on and lay the main panel wrong side up. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the pocket on the back. That way if whoever's holding the purse, it's like a little slip pocket on the side instead of it being out where somebody can like reach in and grab it. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yes, Dalva. You know me and my leopard print. I love it, but I have to like tone it down because I would make everything in leopard print and black. Okay. Should I do the slip pocket in the front? The little like welt pocket? I just don't, no, I don't like the look of that on the front. So I'm going to put, that's going to be my front. This is going to be my back because I did that mess up. Well, you can't really see. But you can kind of see it right here. Well, no. Right there where I had to do all that extra stitching. It didn't like mess up anything. It's just that, you know, when you like top stitch or you like do your back stitch, you can kind of see that the multiple layers of stitching. That's what happened. Okay, Stephanie, that's what I'm going to do too. I just don't want it in the front. I like the idea of the pocket, but okay, so this is where I'm going to use my zipper template. So what we're going to do is we're going to mark a 7-inch line that is centered to 3.5 inches on both sides of the center seam and 9 inches from the bottom edge. Then mark another 7-inch line. So I'm going to get my ruler. Here we go. My centers, it's going to be pretty easy to find your center because your center is this seam right here. So I'm going to line this up 9 inches. I'm going to get my 7-inch zip right here. I'm actually going to so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this white, it's like a heat pen, and it'll just wipe right off. I'm just going to mark this line here so that I know that that is my 9-inch marking, and then I'm just going to center this here. And then I'm going to, so the template has like these dashes, that's the center. So you're going to go 9 inches from the bottom, you're going to mark that 7-inch line, and then you're going to go a 1/2 inch above that one, and then you're going to make another 7-inch line. Okay, oh, slap myself in the face. That's how I am. I like easy access because, like I said, I have a ton of kids. I have a lot of kids. So I need to be able to grab like anything they give me. So I am going to mark that pocket right there. So it's a 1/2 inch wide and it's 7 inches long. Actually, you're supposed to mark this on the wrong side. So, we're going to flip this over, mark that on the wrong side. No biggie, because like I said, that will wipe off. And you won't see it because you're going to put the you're going to have to put this pocket facing. So I'm going to find my pocket facing real quickly. If I can find it. Pocket facing. Okay. This is my pocket facing, which I'm thinking might actually be wrong. I did it in vinyl. It probably should have been in a lining. So what I'm doing is I'm marking my centers here, and I'm actually going to okay. So I'm going to mark, I'm going to do how the pattern says. It has you mark on the back 9 inches. I did it from the front because that's normally how pockets are done now. So for some reason I always mark it in the front. Well, I mark it on the I mark it on my facing or whatever I'm using. Okay, so I'm just going to get that template again. I marked that line where that 9 inches is, and so now I'm going to do pretty much just what I did before. Making sure that's centered. Making sure this is all. Drawing that line, or that box. It tells you to. And where did my white pen go? There it is. Oh no. Just going to mark it on. Oh wait, hold on. Nope, that's the wrong spot. So 7, 7. I just want to make sure that I can see where that box is going to be, so I have like a nice straight line. Now I'm just going to get this and center it as best as I can. So pretty much going to fold this here so that there's kind of a crease. And then I'm going to fold it again, kind of find my quarter markings. And then I'm just going to center it right there. There we go. Oh, actually, I'm going to get some double-sided tape. I'm going to stick it right here in this box that I made on the tape. Then I can stick my zipper facing down and then turn it over and stitch it so I'm not worried about my, I don't have to worry about it shifting when I'm sewing. So these should be right sides together. Make sure that your zipper facing, the wrong side is facing you. So yeah, pocket facing, right side down, and you're gonna flip over like this. I'm gonna put my stitch length back to a 2.5. I'm gonna go 2.5. And I'm just going to start right on that box right there. I'm going to make sure you follow this line you make. I'm going to knot stitch. Just following that line. There we go. Just want to make sure that I'm staying on track. Follow that line. Okay. And back stitch. Here we go. So you have that box. And so what I'm going to do is grab, I have a little cutting thing. I'm going to measure 1/4 inch in. I'm going to cut a slit like it tells us to. So it says, we're going to mark the black solid lines as shown below, so which is the center line stopping at a 1/2 inch from each end, and then we're going to do the triangles to the corners like if we were doing a zipper pocket. We're going to cut along the line, be careful not to clip any of your stitching, and we're going to pull the zipper facing through. So, going at a 1/2 inch. Just gonna go through, cutting through that lining and the that main panel. Being careful not to accidentally cut myself. Okay. Now I'm just going to cut to the corners, making sure I don't clip through my stitch line that I just made. Just snipping. There we go. Now we can pull this through just like this. I'm just going to use my fingers to try to roll this vinyl because I can't press it. So I'm just going to work this vinyl just like this. So you see we have the zipper facing. I'm just going to press it, and I have this little roller here. I'm just going to try to roll these seams down. Doing the same thing to the top. There we go. So now you have your pocket, you see? Okay. So we're going to fold one welt pocket panel wrong sides together, matching the long edge, and press to mark a center crease. So grab your pocket welts, which are these right here. Fold one pocket panel, welt panel, matching the long edges. Only thing is I'm using vinyl, so it's going to be a little harder to get that center crease. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to measure to see what the center is, and then I'll mark it, and then I will stitch it. So it's like 7/8, almost 1 inch for I'm going to press it, and then I'll mark it with my pen. So I can kind of see where that line is at. So I'm going to, like I said, it's about 7/8 of an inch. So now we're going to put them right sides together, and we're gonna machine base along the center crease. But hold on, I'm gonna read through because I want to make sure. So I'm not gonna base because this is vinyl, and if I base this, there will be holes once I pick it through. So I'm not gonna do that. Trying to see what I can do in place. I'm gonna get my double-sided tape. Let me see. Okay. So hello, sorry, Facebook kicked me off. It randomly kicks me off every once in a while. It's so weird. So I'm gonna wait for a few more people to hop on. Get back to the number we're at. I'm glad I looked up and watched. I don't know how much was missed or where we were at. Sorry everyone, Facebook kicked me off. Yes, if I get kicked off again, I'll come back in the event section and I'll start the live over again. So just wait for me. I haven't finished the welts. I haven't sewn them on or anything. Right now, I got some double-sided tape and I put it along the edge to hold it, kind of like as if I basted it together, like this. And then I got double-sided tape right on the short edge. I put a 1/4 inch of double-sided tape on the short edge, and right now that's how it's being held. And I just centered it, and I'm kind of reading on to see what my next step is after like I put it. So if you're doing the zipper, what you're going to do is you're going to get your zipper and you're going to put it up against here, so wrong side. Let me see if I have like a zipper laying around. It's right down. So say you have your zipper, you're going to get your zipper teeth and you're going to place this right up against this, centering it. That way, when you push back the welt pockets that are right here, like if you push the welt pockets back, the zipper will show. I'm not going to be doing that. This is just going to be a slip pocket. So after you put your welt pocket on, you're going to do your zipper. You'll put your zipper on. From there, we can now move on to what we would do. So this is the step after you put your zipper on. Like if you're going to do a zipper, you're going to, like I said, place it on the back, and then we're going to be at the same exact spot. Make sure you have your zipper on if you're not using a pre-made zipper. So now, so like if you're on the same step as me, I'm omitting the zipper, so I don't have the zipper. But if you are doing the zipper, what you're going to have in front of you right now is your main panel. You're going to be able to see your welt pocket right here. But then behind your welt pocket, if you were to just peel it back, you should have your zipper underneath that. So just make sure that your zipper is even, because you're not going to be able to see it from the front because you have that welt pocket. So now we're going to top stitch it on. So I'm going to put my zipper, my length, or my stitch length to a 4. So I'm just making sure that everything is nice and straight. I probably actually could have put double-sided tape on the edge here, or on the back. Since I am going to be top stitching this, you're not going to see any of that tape, but so what I'm going to do is now I'm pretty much just going to base this at like an 1/8 of an inch maybe from that edge. Or as close as you can to your zipper foot, or your zipper teeth. And you'll feel it. So I'm just making sure everything's nice and even. It is. So I'm butting mine up to like the inside of my foot right here. And just making sure it's at a good length. So since I'm not doing a zipper, I'm pretty much going to base or top stitch this on like at an 1/8 of an inch. So I'm just making sure everything's nice and straight. It looks good. Here we go. Always a nerve-wracking part. I'm just going to make my way, making sure everything stays nice and even, making sure nothing shifts. Now I'm going to turn it. I'm making sure everything stays. Adjusting since I don't have any double-sided tape right here. I want to make sure my welts don't separate. So I'm going to go slowly, hold it kind of together. Just Now I'm going to adjust this again. With the vinyl, it does take a little bit of like messing with it because, like I said, we can't baste it, so we really want to make sure that we're just needle down and adjusting when needed. So I'm just want to make sure. If the welt pocket opens a little bit and you're not doing a zipper, I don't see that as being a huge issue. Just because the pocket is really just so you can't see the zipper tooth. So now I'm going to make my way, making sure everything is nice and even. Adjusting as needed, slowly going. There we go. And I have this, my thread ends, I'm going to, I'm just cutting those thread ends so they don't get sucked under when I'm like stitching here and cause nesting. Okay. I'm going down a little bit. So how I did mine is I kind of started a little bit further down. I didn't start right on the corner of the like box. That way I could pivot and I could come down and attach it. And I'll show you what I mean. So, you see here, what I did when I first started my box up here is I kind of started a little bit down here and then I went all the way around, up, that way I came back over here and then I stitched it. So, that is that. So you can see my welts. I didn't baste it, so I don't have to worry about having any holes on my vinyl. So that is done. That is my back. I'm just going to set that over here. And well, I guess we actually still need that piece. We're going to actually pull out now the zipper panel. So this is the pocket lining. The pocket lining is for that we're going to attach to the zipper facing back here. So let's see. So if you did cotton, you'll use your seam ripper to remove the machine basting stitches that you did between the welts. Flip the panel wrong side up, so you should be able to see the back of your welt pocket and your zipper facing. So you want to make sure you only pin through the pocket welt and you don't accidentally pin through the front. So what we're going to do is we're going to pin the top here. I'm going to clip. Okay, So we're just going to, oh, hold on. We're going to pin this. You want wrong side up. Wait, hold on. Yes. So you're going to pin along this 9-inch edge of the pocket panel to the top edge of the pocket welt, right sides together. So you're going to have wrong sides up facing you, and you're just going to go and pin or clip right along this zipper facing edge. So I'm just going to adjust. There we go. So you're going to fold the main panel out of the way, and we're going to sew the top edge of the pocket to the welt as closely as you can to the rectangular stitching, and then repeat to sew the pocket panel to the bottom pocket welt. And then I want to double check that this is. Okay, so actually, I did that wrong. We're actually going to so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this up here. This is stitched in, so I don't have to worry about shifting. I am pulling up my just kind of pulling up the edge here of where I put some of that double-sided tape on the ends, because you're actually going to stitch on the actual the welts, the pocket welts. That way you don't see any of the if you were to do it how I had it, you would, if you opened it, you would see the edges of the pocket welt. You don't want to see that, so we're just going to. So if we look at it, this is these are the welts that we sewed on. This is where we're putting the that's where we're going to put. Now we're going to top stitch stitch this on, and I want you to get as close to the rectangle box as possible. So really, I'm just gonna sew this at like 3/8 of an inch. Let's see, can I get 3/8 of an inch? Yeah, I'm gonna sew it at 3/8 of an inch. Okay, just want to double check, make sure I'm doing this right, because I don't want to accidentally have it all messed up. I'm gonna see if I can pull some of this double-sided tape off of my backing. That way I don't gum up my, there we go. I was able to pull it off. And now I can go. So I'm going to do like 3/8 of an inch here. I'm putting my pocket welt. You can do like a 1/4 of an inch. You just want to get as close to that stitch line, to that box that we just sewed as possible. For me, that's going to be like 3/8 of an inch. So I'm just going to, sorry, I'm adjusting this. My perfectionist comes in sometimes. I'll adjust things more than it needs to be. So I'm just staying as close as I can to this edge. Pulling this back so that it doesn't get stuck, because it kind of is. There we go. Might be a little too close to. All right. Making sure I made sure that I made sure that I did my reverse stitching so that it doesn't come undone. So I'm going to do the same exact thing. I'm going to pull this apart. If you have a narrow foot, it probably will be a lot easier than using a regular foot, but so I'm just going to roll this double-sided tape off. Like I said, it's being held by the stitch or the box that we did, so I don't have to worry about like it adjusting any of my stuff or like making it uneven. So, clipping all the way down. Just matching up these edges here. Go ahead and put on a narrow Teflon foot just to make this a little bit easier on me, because it was sticking to my vinyl and it wasn't moving very well, so I want to make sure it doesn't happen again. Okay. So gonna make my way all the way down, getting as close as I can to that edge, the welt pocket or the rectangle that we sewn the zipper and the welt pocket, or the little welt flap. Yes. Cut these, and now we have our pocket. See that? I am using a Juki DDL 5550. Okay, I'm going to take off that narrow foot and put back on my regular Teflon foot. Okay. Okay, and now, so now we're gonna fold. We're going to sew this here at a 1/2 inch. Press the pocket panel down towards the bottom of the main panel. We're gonna clip it on the sides. Fold the main panel out of the way, and we're going to sew the sides of the pocket panel at 1/2 inch to close up the pocket. So I'm going to start at the top here. We're kind of right where So Joy, I put mine pre-owned on Facebook Market. Or I want to say I have two machines. I found this one here I found for 400. The one behind me I found for 300. They're both industrials. Okay, so now we're gonna close this here at a 1/2 inch also. Back stitching so that it doesn't come undone. And there we go. Now we have a enclosed zipper. So I did not do the zipper. Mine's more of a slip pocket. No, I don't sew genuine leather. I mean, I could probably, I haven't tried. I did try leather one time, but it was way too thick. Like it was like pre-made strapping from Candy Leather, and my machine, none of my machines could handle it. But I could probably do like a lightweight leather. But I don't sew with leather to begin with anyways. Or like, eventually I think maybe I will get like a walking foot machine or cylinder machine. But I'm fine where I'm at, I guess. Okay. Had to take a little break. So now it says fold the shorter long edge of a bottom strip under towards the wrong side a 1/2 inch and press. Repeat with the remaining bottom strip. Pin a bottom strip on the main panel with the pocket. Matching the raw edge and side edge of the bottom strip. So let's get our bottom pieces, which I believe were this. And so you can kind of tell on this piece, you see how it kind of like, it's not very noticeable, but it slopes out. So make sure you have your top and this is why I say to have your tops, to have your top and your bottoms or your tops labeled. I had a brain fart, could not figure out what words I was trying to say. So since I am using vinyl, I cannot pin this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my ruler and I'm going to mark 1 inch from that short edge where I'm supposed to fold down. So I'm going to mark 1 inch. Let me find my pen. Okay. I'm going to do the same exact thing to the second one. Going 1 inch in, and the reason why I'm going 1 inch in is because it wants you to fold down a 1/2 inch. So if I get this raw edge and I fold it down to this line, it will make a 1/2 inch. That way I know that it's a nice even 1/2 inch, and it's not like, because you know, if I were to mark a 1/2 inch line, I would be folding over it, and it would be hard to see if it's even, if I folded it correctly. So that's why I do this. Pen is dying. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this 1/2 inch or this 1/4 inch tape. And since I can't pin, I'm going to fold this over to that line, and it'll be kind of like I pinned it. Do the same exact thing to the second one. Okay. Hi Joy, we are doing the Bonnie bucket. I am doing the Drawstring edition. So I'm going right to that line and folding, and that will mean I have a perfect 1/2 inch fold. So you can see how I marked that 1 inch, but when I fold it, it's a 1/2 inch. I'm going to repeat this to the second bottom, making sure that I'm doing the right side. You want the shortest side of the long side. So like I said, this kind of slopes out a little bit, so the bottom is actually longer than the top. The top is shorter. It looks like it's a perfect rectangle, but it's not. And that's why I stressed yesterday to label the pieces, because I did not label the pieces when I first made this bag, and the bag did not come out right at all. Okay, so now we're going to pin the bottom strip onto the main panel with the pocket, matching the raw bottom edge and side edge of the bottom strip with the bottom edge and side edge of the main panel. So, I know it seems like we're using a lot of double-sided tape, but that's because we are. Like I said, I can't pin my vinyl, so double-sided tape is going to be my friend. So I'm going at the very bottom of this edge here. So where I folded it, I'm going right at that bottom edge. If your machine gums up with this double-sided tape, just have some alcohol handy so that you can rub it off, or an extra needle so that you can change it out. So I'm not missing any questions. Okay, no. So I'm going to set this other bottom piece to the other side, and I'm going to grab the panel that we did. This is the one with the pocket and the pocket welt. So we're going to match this bottom edge with the raw edge. So I'm just gonna kind of honestly, it'd probably be easier if I would have just went from this side instead of trying to. So, making sure this is all even. I'm following that edge. This is a little. Hold on, let me. Matching the raw bottom edge and side edge of the bottom strip. Am I not? So once you, let's see, we're gonna fold the shorter long edge of the bottom strip under towards the wrong side, a 1/2 inch, which we did. Then we're gonna pin the bottom strip onto the main panel with pocket matching the raw, okay, so I have the welt pocket. We're matching the raw bottom edge and side edge and matching the raw bottom edge and side edge of the bottom strip with the bottom edge and side edge of the main panel. The bottom strip will overlay the main panel, not added to the bottom with the seam. So yeah, it's supposed to be like this on top. That's why we folded it, so that, why is my piece is shorter? What am I? Oh, so it's an overlay. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. Thank you. And that is probably why I messed up the bonnet, because that's exactly how I did it on my other one. Okay. Not being added into the seams. So I'm just adjusting this, making sure it goes evenly all the way across. Matching and matching. So there we go. Now you want to make sure that your pocket is in there. Yes, Colleen, it's an overlay. Thank you. Oh no, my phone's about to die. Thank you, Charlene. Because I was super confused. But that is why we have the sew-alongs, because we can work it out together. So I'm matching the bottom edge. I'm just kind of making sure it's perfect. And now we are going to top stitch this at an 1/8 of an inch from the fold. But you want to make sure that your pocket gets caught in the pocket gets caught. So I'm going to move this here. I'm going to put my stitch length to a 4. Now we're going to top stitch this. Reversing. Making sure my needle's down. I want to make sure that my pocket is under there. And now I'm going to, let's see. Okay. So I'm going to back stitch here. And then I'm basting this here at a 1/4 of an inch. So we're going to machine baste here. I'm going to put my stitch length back to a 3. And now I'm going to machine baste this all the way around. Going to cut this thread. Like I said, I don't want any nesting. We're just gonna go up this side at a 1/4 of an inch. Here we go. So we have our piece on. Now we're going to do the same exact thing to the other panel. And then I can add my, then I'll be able to add my metal plate, or my name plate. So I'm just matching the edges here. Putting my stitch length back to a 4. And we're going to top stitch this at an 1/8 of an inch from the edge here, and then we're also going to, I believe, baste it. Okay. Okay, so real quickly, I'm going to plug my phone in because it's about to die. Yes, my first bonnie I made was a disaster, so I didn't do anything right. I'm gonna do the same thing where I base this 1/4 of an inch. Just make it easier when I go to put my bottom panel on. It's all one piece. So this is my front panel. I'm gonna go ahead and add on my nameplate. It's gonna go 1 inch, I guess. I don't really. Let me see how I like. Maybe I'll go 1/2 an inch. Maybe I'll go 1/4 of an inch. Yeah, I'm gonna go 1/4 of an inch. So that means that it needs to be okay, so I'm measuring this at 3/4 of an inch from that center edge. Actually, no. I'm going 1/2 inch. Okay. I'm going to place my metal here. Oops. So now I'm just poking a hole through here. here, and then I'm gonna grab me some Decoville light that I have in here. There it is. Going to cut this. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna center this and then cut. Opening my nameplate, and there we go. I'm just gonna add my Decoville to the back, my washer, and push that down, and then we get me some of my duct tape. Add that to the back of mine. Do I sell what, my purses? So, there we go. There is my nameplate. I'm glad I went with the bronze or the antique brass. I think it looks really good with these. So now we're going to finish the exterior. We're almost to the finish line. Grab your 2 exterior pieces. Put them right sides together. And we're going to clip them. Yes, Joy, I do sell my purses. Thank you, Delva. So I'm going to just clip this on the side. Then I'm going to go to the other side and clip it also. And then we're going to stitch it together. So just making sure it's even. Just making sure that everything is nice and even and that these panels are matching up. As best as you can. Now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to just adjust. There we go. Robin, I get them, like Delva said, I get them on Alibaba. I don't think I have a link anywhere. I'm sure there's a link somewhere in the group. If not, I can post it again. My nameplates, they say, here, let me grab. They just say my business, Castine. Okay, so we have our panels together, and now we're going to stitch these. We're going to stitch it at a 1/2 inch seam allowance. I'm making sure that we back stitch. I'm going to put my stitch length back to like a 3. And here we go. So remember, our stitch length, or the seam allowance, is a 1/2 inch. Double check it, yep. Okay, we're going to back stitch. And just slowly make our way. Back stitching. Thank you, Dalba. Yes, I think Dalba should have the lead. So I'm going to go ahead, tighten this just a little bit. And now we're going to go ahead and do the other side. Remember, 1/2 inch seam allowance. My stitch length is at a 3. Making sure we back stitch at the start and stop. Okay, there we go. I bet Tammy went to sleep. I think she's an hour ahead of us. So, almost 10 o'clock over there for her time, probably. Okay, so, we have our panels done. Remember, make sure when you're doing that bottom stitch that you catch your zipper pocket. I think we're good. Let's see. We're going to trim the seam allowance to 1/4 of an inch. And now we're going to be doing our bottom panel. So we're cutting this right here at a 1/4 of an inch all the way down. There we go. And now we're going to get our bottom panel piece. Get your bottom piece right here. And we need to mark our centers. This is really important. So, just folding it as perfect, or as best as I can. I'm going to get some scissors, and I'm just going to snip a little triangle off on the end of my pattern. Now I'm going to fold this to the other side here so that I can get my quarter marks. You want to mark your centers and your quarters. This will help you get a nice even bottom. And it'll help with easing your piece in. So just kind of a little triangle piece off. Maybe like 1/8 of an inch, not much. Just within the seam allowance. They are really, really big. So these are huge compared to like my normal size. I didn't realize when I bought these on Amazon, I didn't realize they were that big. So we're going to fold the exterior bottom like we did, matching the quarter and the center marks. Now we're going to pin it to the exterior.
I didn't get that.
Whoops.
Could you try again?
So we're going to match it up to this middle seam right here. We're going to go over here, match it up to this middle seam. Come over here, match it to this middle seam here. These the seams are going to be our quarter, are going to be our marks for the center and the quarter marks. Flip it and match it to the other seam on this side. Now, start from one side and start clipping all the way to the other clip, and then we're just going to do that pretty much all the way around. If you matched your quarter marks correctly, it should fit in easily. Shouldn't really have to struggle with it. It's not, sometimes I have to fight with the bottom piece, but this seems to be working. So I'm doing the same thing. Just gonna make my way all the way around until it is completely clipped. What did you do to your reverse stitch, Angela? Here we go. Now I'm gonna flip it. Same exact thing, just clipping it. And marking my quarter marks and my centers have made this super easy to put these, clipping my, my bottom panel. This is probably the easiest one I've had in my bag making. I'm just easing it in, really just there we go. I'm going to use all my clips just about. There we go. So, oh no. So that is why I marked my tops, so that I did not do that, because I have already done that before. So here is the bottom. Oh, that's so weird, Angela. Look at all those clips. And look, you can see it sits in fairly nicely. So I'm just going to move these away. With the bottom panel up, sew around the entire bottom panel at a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Then we're going to trim the seam allowance down. So you got the bottom panel, it's going to be up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start right in the middle. So 1/2 inch. My stitch length is at a 3. And here we go. I'm going to make sure I reverse and lock my stitches in place. And we're just going to sew this at a 1/2 inch. Going slow on those curves so you get a nice rounded curve, it doesn't end up squared. So making sure that my needle is down whenever I'm adjusting my this. And like I said, I'm going to make sure that my needle is down when I go to adjust because I don't want to accidentally pull my my main panel, my bottom panel out from underneath my foot. I'm just take it slow. The curves are fairly big, so I find it easy. I kind of just let the machine curve it. To adjust, making sure my needle is down. I'm just making sure I adjusted, making sure everything's nice and even, and that my needle is down when I am moving or trying to shift some things. Kind of got a little wonky, but I'm gonna just, so like, I'm gonna show you, it kind of curved a little bit, my circle, but that's okay because I'll show you how I'll go back and fix that. For some reason. Like I said, I want to make sure that my needle is down. I'm going to trim up these threads that I have. I'm going to adjust this, make sure it's all nice and even. I'm going to try to stitch this at a 1/2 inch. Okay, and now I'm back at my start and I'm gonna back stitch. And then I'm gonna show you where I kind of messed up a little bit. So, if you kind of look right here, it got a little wonky. But it's within my seam allowance, so I didn't have my needle down, so it pulled. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fix it by putting it back underneath my foot. It'll be a little bit easier because it's already kind of stitched. So I'm just going to start right here where this 1/2 inch is at. Put my needle down. And now I'm just going to back stitch. And now I'm going to follow that 1/2 inch curve. Okay, and now I'm back on that 1/2 inch seam allowance. Okay, and this is how it looks now that I fixed it. So you can see where it was wonky up here. Now look how I just got my 1/2 inch and I curved it and put it right back into the seam allowance where I veered off. Easy fix. Oh no, Brenda. I want to make sure I'm not missing any comments. Thank you, Deb. Yes, my machine is not a walking foot, unfortunately. Hannah, yes, bag making, it's also very time consuming. Very time consuming. I will tell you, the quickest I sew a bag is when I'm live with y'all. Any other time, I mean, I'm working on a bag right now, and I've been working on it since Saturday. Yeah, since Saturday afternoon. Given that I did mess up and I had to completely restart on Sunday, but still, like, I thought I was gonna be finished with that bag, and I didn't. I'm so close though. Yep, Angela, so true. Custom stuff at Target prices or Walmart prices. Yes. Yes, Dalva. The model was right. The 5550. Okay. So my bag. There is my bottom. Do not worry about this. It just looks like that just because when it's sewn, it's just kind of like scrunched together. It's not going. It's not a bunch of. It's not puckers at all. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to cut this down at I believe it's at 1/4 of an inch. That's not my pattern. Yes, so now we're going to cut the seam allowance down at 1/4 of an inch. So what I normally do before I cut my seam is as I go through this and I look to make sure that I don't have any of those issues where I veered off a little bit. And if I do, I just correct it. So actually, I'm coming up on one here. I haven't cut it yet, so I'm just gonna throw it back under here. And I'm going to back stitch and just fix it until I get back on track. There we go. Making sure I back stitch. See you in the morning. Okay. So, just kind of showing you here. You see where I kind of veered off here? I just fixed it right back into my seam allowance. It was just regular duct tape. Just regular old duct tape. Hannah, I am the same way. I have like 5 different bags cut out. Or I'll have like hardware pulled for bags that I haven't cut. And then I go in to do like a bag that I actually need to do. And I'm like, I have no hardware. And then I go and buy, so I go and order more hardware. And then I find like 6 bins of like bags I haven't made. And I'm like, really? Okay. So like I said, going through. And even, I'll kind of show you something, even if you go through this and you cut it and then you go back and you're like, actually, that's not very straight. You can still kind of fix it. So right here, it's kind of a little off. So I'm just gonna put my foot underneath here. And I wanna just, so I'm starting right here at my line, and I know that I don't have that 1/2 inch seam anymore. So I'm just gonna kind of let my machine guide. And I'm just gonna watch where my 1/2 inch starts, just where that, like you could tell it veered off. Like I said, I'm gonna let my machine guide it. There we go. So, if you see there, it's just a little bit, it wasn't much, but you'll see that when you turn the bag, it won't be as curved. So like I said, I just let my machine kind of just take it around that curve and got it right here. So this top, you won't see that. It'll be nice and rounded. So now that that is all in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my bag. I'm going to turn it so I can make sure that it's all nice and even and in a nice like circle, I guess, or oval. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just putting my hand through here. I'm going to push out this edge. I wish I don't know where the kids must have taken it. I have like this. I have this thing and it like, I love it. I want it in like, one of the admins, she admin in another group, and I won like a giveaway, and it seriously is like a $3 tool, but it is my favorite tool, and I cannot find it. I'm sure I'm gonna find it in the living room. The only reason why I know one of my kids has it is because there's a passy in my cart, and there's a blanket. So somebody was in here. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna have to use my chopstick. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get my edge, and I'm just gonna kind of roll it in here, kind of get all this rounded out, everything pushed out. There we go. Okay, so now here it is. I'm gonna have to go through. I have to find that tool. I have another. Let me go. I know where another one's at. Let me grab that. This one isn't like the one she gave me. The other one had like an actual curve, and I find that it really does a good job poking out and rounding my edges. So I'm just going to run this through, get these curves. And I know I'm gonna have to do this again, but I just like doing this. I'm okay with doing it multiple times, because I want to make sure that this is nice before I stitch the whole bag together and realize, oh, maybe I could have fixed this. Okay, so I say that's a pretty good bottom. Good job, Angela. Yes. That's how I can always tell if one of my kids been in here, because they leave stuff behind. Okay, so bag is done. Or the main panel is done, not the bag. Angela, you're hilarious. Okay. We're getting close to the step where we do the drawstring, which I am really nervous about, everyone. Let me see. Get my eyelet setter first, and let me get my grommets. So like I said, my grommets I believe are going to be a little bit bigger. Mine are 7/16 of an inch grommets instead of I think they asked for 3/8. Thank you, everyone. Okay. So we already did the strap, See, right now it's telling us to go into the strap. We did that, so now we can I'm just kind of reading through this. Okay, now we're at the strap connector part, which we already assembled. So really, what it wants us to do is to fold the strap panel in half, matching long edges. Oh wait, we did that part already. And we're gonna fold the the finished strap connector in half, matching raw edge, the raw end. Oh wait, sorry. We're gonna fold it like this, and now we're gonna cut it in half. That's what I was trying to get at. So, fold it in half, making sure it's even. And cutting it. Just like that. There we go. So now we're gonna get this. We're gonna get our rectangle rings. It calls for O-rings. I don't have any, so I'm just gonna use rectangle rings. You can use D-rings too, if you wanted to. I'm gonna use rectangle rings. You can, oh, like I said, you can use D-rings. I'll show you what they'll look like if you do have to use D-rings, if that's all you have. So you'll use 1-inch D-rings. So that's what the D-rings look like. And this is what the squares look like. I have circle, I do have like the circle, oh my goodness, I can't talk. I have the circle ones, but I don't have them in brass. Yeah, so what it wants you to do is when we get to step 7, it just tells you that you're going to sew the top lining and bottom lining together because we're not doing the zipper. So you're going to want to sew the top lining and the bottom lining together at 1.5 with that 1.5 inch seam allowance, and then to continue finishing the bag. That is for the, let me see. Am I missing a piece? Let me see. I feel like I'm missing something. Lining bottom. That's our lining. And these are the top panel pieces. Oh, so I think what it's going to have you also do the placement. It's going to also have you do the placement of the, it's just kind of telling you how you're going to attach the lining part since you're not adding the zipper. And then it tells you how to do the drawstring, and then you're going to use the template to prepare the grommets. So, let's finish the, let's finish these straps real quick so that we can move on to that part. We're almost done. Okay, so this is what it's gonna have you do. So you're gonna, when you get to step 7, it's just telling you how to do step 2 of the drawstring tutorial add-on, and then you're gonna go back to finishing the bag, and then yes, you're going to do the grommets at the very end of the finished bag. Yes, so go through the lining and the exterior. But it has you put the placements on. That way, like, so it has you put the placement on, you'll sew it on, and then you'll, yeah, it'll have you put the placements. But I think you put the placements on, yeah. So you're going to do the placement to the top of the finished bag to mark the placements of the grommets, which is that pattern piece that we have. Where did my pattern piece go? Which I'm going to have to go get. So let's finish these strap connectors. These should be 1 inch wide and 4 inches long. So really they should be 2 inches right now because we folded this. We fold it. Okay, good. Just want them nice and even. There we go. So I'm going to do my straps a little bit differently because I'm going to place I'm going to place rivets on mine, but I just want to sew So I'm going to follow this existing stitch that I already have here, the 1/8 of an inch. I'm going to go ahead and follow that. Change my stitch length back to a 4. I'm just following this stitch length already. I'm not worrying about going across here because I'm going to be doing the, like I said, I'm going to be doing rivets. So I just want to be So I stitched it right on that previous line that we already did. I'm not worried about going across because, like I said, I'm going to use a rivet. I know. I don't even know what the purple ones were that I was using. I always lose them. Okay. Going to do the same exact thing. Matching up to that previous seam I've already, or that 1/8 of an inch that I've already done. If you're not confident on being able to stitch that line back at an 1/8 of an inch, you can wait to top stitch. So you can just tape your connectors together like we did, and instead of where we went and we top stitched the long side, you can just wait until you get to this point where you fold it and and stitch it on the side. Like I said, I'm just trying to get somewhat, just following this line. I'm going to go back up this way because I didn't really get to reinforce it because of the D-ring or the... Okay, there we go. Yes. Okay, I have a rivet ruler. Also, so those templates I was showing you today, you can get like a set of 3. Let me see if I can find it. Stuff everywhere. So, this template here, you can have an option of getting a set of 3. So you can have the zipper, you can do the tassel template, and then you get the rivet template too. Or the, no, the purse feet. Sorry, it's a set of 4. That's the purse feet. Where did I put my rivets? Yeah. It's hanging, that's why, because I use it quite a bit. And then the rivet. They have them at Tops and Bobbins. Yes, they're at Tops and Bobbins, but to be honest with you, I'm not sure if you can, I don't know if you can use the, I haven't tried it. It wouldn't hurt to try. I don't know if it's I don't know if the whatchamacallit, the coupon is just for, swoon patterns, but you can try. I'm sure it's for, be careful not to, and I just lost a connector. Well, I had 2 connectors and now I only have 1. Cool. So Dalva said that it works for all, so that's awesome. Oh, found it. So I'm just carefully getting rid of these. I'm just burning the edges so that they don't fray. So I'm just real quickly, I don't want to burn my vinyl, like I said. I can't find my, I don't have any batteries for my my thread zapper, or I've used that. I don't like using the fryer. Okay. So, don't really need the rivets because I'm not going to so you're going to pin a strap connector over the right side of a seam, of the side seam, centered and match raw edges. Machine base the connector to the exterior at 1/4 inch seam allowance. And then you're going to repeat to base the remaining strap connector to the other side. So, I'm going to just kind of move this away so that y'all can kind of see how I have my setup for my rivets. So, this is how I set up my rivet press. It's just on this like old cart that I found. I put this like wooden table on, or like scrap of wood I found, so that it's sturdy. Let me just move my stuff because it's kind of my catch-all area now. So, I'm going to get my the one that punches a hole. And I'm just going to center this as best as I can. If you want, you can mark it. I'm just going to eyeball it. And I'm going to get it close to my circle as possible. Oops. Okay, so I'm getting it as close as I can to my rectangle ring without like it messing up my, hitting my ring. So I'm going to do the same thing. So here's that. And I'm going to, I guess I'll mark this one so they look somewhat even and they're not like super different. I don't think, they're not side by side, so I don't think anybody would really notice. But okay, so I got my two. Now I'm going to grab my rivets. I just have these small ones. These are ones I got off Amazon. Very inexpensive and perfect for when I'm not, like I don't have bulk layers. So, now I'm going to do the same thing to my other one. And okay, so sometimes I just like to double check, make sure that they are pressed on right. Yes, so I don't have to switch out dies. To be honest with you, I went against my better judgment and I did not get the cam snap ones. I got the ones from Gold Star Tool. And they had a Christmas sale and I think I paid, so I bought it with the die and this one, and I think I paid like $42 $2 or something like that. For the dies and this in one press. But I really hated switching them out, so I decided I was gonna get another one since they were on sale and they were fairly cheap. So I bought this one. You can buy it for $32 without any dies. Brand, yes. I'm telling you, it's a life changer. I will have to say, in my personal opinion, a press is a must, because I cannot tell you how many times my luckily not any custom order bags that I know of, but some of them wouldn't get set right, and I would be like trying to take pictures of it, and it would just like fall off. So I don't have that issue anymore with my presses, so thank goodness for that. Okay. My rivets are on. Now we can move on to the second part. So we're going to get the exterior. And we're going to be centering this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my best side, I want my best side facing down. Because after I sew this on and it comes up, you'll be able to see the side that's against your piece, your main exterior. For the cushions for the arms on my rivet press, if so, it came like that. That's how it came. Yes, Deb, that is Gold Star Tools. I've heard some negative things and I've heard positive things. Cam snap rivets were really expensive, first of all, but I mean, worth the price. But they were back ordered, and I really, really needed or wanted a press. So I figured for $32, if it didn't work out, I could just wait a little longer and eventually get the cam snap one. Luckily, it worked out for me. And you got to pick your own color. They have a bunch of different colors at Gold Star. At Cam Snap, I believe they only have like two. Green and like a lighter pink. So, we're going to stitch this on at 1/4 inch now. And I am just going from the back because I don't want my feet to chew up my vinyl. So I'm still making sure it's centered. And you can kind of tell that if it's centered because you can see like kind of a little snip on the inside from when we folded the raw edges to the middle. So I'm going at 1/4 inch. Gonna put my stitch length to a 3. And we are basting this. And I'm going to be back stitching beginning and end. Just to really make sure it's locked in place. Now I'm going to do the same exact thing to my other side. I'm going to just put it underneath my foot, making sure it's all nice and even. Remove my clip, and I'm going to at 1/4 inch. Being careful not to do too many lock stitches. You don't want to weaken the vinyl. So now we have our strap connectors in. So now we are going to this is the, so now with this step 7, we're not going to be doing the, actually, hold on 1 second. I'm going to have to turn y'all, give me 1 second. I just realized I did not do my slip pocket and my, oh no, I did not know that they were not at that price anymore. That's crazy. They do 99-cent shipping, but yes, like I said, I got mine during a Christmas sale, and they were like cheap, with like an additional percentage off. So I'm gonna go cut out real quickly my slip pocket. I'm not gonna do a inside pocket panel like I originally thought, just because I don't want the live to take too long. Lesson plan. I understand the pain. Me and my husband both used to be teachers. Okay, so I got my pieces. This here, I just grabbed the first zipper template I found. Normally I cut it to 8x10. This one here, I think I cut it to 8x12 because that's what I got. But an 8x10 or 8x12 really will be okay. Whoops, stabbed my machine. Okay, so I was just rushing, so I didn't do a very good job cutting, so I'm just trimming up these edges. Okay, so this is how I do my slip pockets. Really simple. I fold it in half, long side. Okay, so I'm going to fold it in half. My stitch length is at a 3, and I'm going to stitch this at a 1/4 inch. You could stitch it at 3/8 inch if you wanted a little bit smaller. just going down this short edge at a 1/4 of an inch. When I get kind of to the middle, I'm gonna reverse stitch, lock it in place. I'm gonna leave about like a 2 to 3 inch. Hi. Oh, I don't know why Facebook is constantly kicking me out. I lock my doors. Well, actually, they know how to pick lock it. My older ones, they don't really bother me. It's the younger ones, but my husband watches them, luckily. Or at least, like, make sure they don't, like, come in to the room. Sometimes they sneak their way in. They'll go through, so, like, before, so, like, my cousin used to live here, but he has since moved out and moved in with my grandma. And we now have the master bedroom, and the master bedroom has a door that leads, so like I have a door that leads, it's the till door, leads into my kitchen. And then there's a door behind all of my like cutting machines. There's a door on the other side by the washer and dryer. Oh no. Can y'all hear me? Deb, if you can't hear me, exit out and come back in. I mean, I guess if you can't hear me. Hey, can y'all hear me? Okay, perfect. So I have a door that leads into my master bedroom. They will just sneak in through the master bedroom and come in through here. Okay, so I'm doing the slip pocket. So I folded it in half, like right sides together. Now I'm just poking out the corners so I can get a nice square. You can press this if you want, but my iron is not anywhere close to me, so I'm not going to do that. So I'm just poking through my corners. I want a nice finish. Do the same thing to the other side. Same thing. Just work it as best you can. And now I'm flipping it. I'm gonna press it. Pierre, oh my goodness, Pierre, we were just, I'm fairly certain that you're the one that created the templates for at Tops and Bobbins, right? Please tell me I'm not out of my mind. If you did create the templates for Tops and Bobbins, they are the best. Okay, so now we're going to top stitch this on the folded side, not the side that has the opening. This is not part of the pattern. This is just something I'm adding in. So, probably shouldn't have used black thread, but too late now. Yes, so I have the rivets, the zipper, the purse feet, but I don't have the overlays. But I'm kicking myself. I should have gotten them. Anyways, I just told everybody they needed the zipper ones. It has made life so much easier than having to measure out that box. Okay, so now we have our slip pocket. I'm going to grab I'm going to set that aside because I'm not going to add that on yet until I add my whatchamacallit, this piece here. So on the pattern here, it wants you to do the lining at a 1/2 inch seam allowance. So making sure you have your tops marked, you want to make sure you put it on the right spot. I'm going to throw this over here, right sides together, matching on the top, or the bottom. So you want to make sure that you're not matching the top. So I got my bottom and my top here. So that's how you're going to match it. So now we are putting this together, clipping with a insanely amount of clips. I'm going to change my stitch length to a 3, and we're attaching this with a 1/2 inch seam allowance, like the pattern says. So, or not the pattern, but the grommet section of the purse, or the addition. The drawstring edition. My brain is not working, everyone. There's a reason why it's not working. So I'm just going all the way down, 1/2 inch seam allowance. All the way. And guess what? I ran out of bobbin. This darn bobbin, it's going to be the death of me. It always gets me. Done. So I am going to start back at this line. I'm actually going to adjust my pressure foot because okay. Back stitching where I left off, and I'm gonna go 1/2 inch all the way down. Now we're going to repeat the same thing to the other side. So we're getting this, and we are lining the bottom of the top panel piece and the top of the main lining, or the interior lining. That is what we are lining up. So we're going to match the bottom to the top. So it should look like this. right sides together. We're gonna sew this at a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Making sure we reverse, lock our stitches in. We're almost to the finish line. Okay, so now we're going to, let's see. I'm trying to see if we need to top stitch this, but it doesn't look like. Thank you, Joy. I'm trying to figure out if I need to top stitch this lining. I don't. Maybe not. Maybe it's just gonna. Yeah, that's what I was thinking here, is top stitching it too, because I don't, that's just gonna, it's gonna sit weird. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to top stitch this down. So I'm gonna push this seam allowance down. I don't want to push it up because we're gonna be doing the grommets. So I'm gonna top stitch it at 1/8 of an inch, making sure that that lining piece is facing down to the bottom, not up to the top. So I'm going to change my stitch length to 4. I'm going 1/8 of an inch from that seam that we just did. I'm pushing it, making sure that it's nice and open. Starting and stopping my stitch length. Honestly, if I had a light pink, I would probably switch my thread color out to something lighter so it's not so bright next time, but it should be okay. I think probably next time I might do black. I might do the top lining as vinyl when I do the drawstring. Just going to open this, top stitching this at 1/8 of an inch, making sure it's nice and pressed down. Okay, so thank you, Kier. Hi. Yes, this is my favorite shirt. Tacos and Deadpool riding a unicorn. Couldn't get any better than that. So there we go. This is top stitched. And so this panel, the panel piece is facing down. The panel piece is facing down, okay? That way, it's out of the way and it's not going to be in the way of the grommets either. So now we are gonna put these right sides together. And I'm going to match the bottom right here. I'm gonna match the top. And then I'm gonna make sure that the side panels right here also kind of match. I'm gonna do the same exact thing to my other side. I'm going to match my top, match my side panels, and match my bottom. Okay. I'm going to change my stitch length to 3. We're going to be sewing this here at a 1/2 inch. We're going to sew along one side at a 1/2 inch. But we're going to make sure that we leave a hole to turn the bag through. We're going to leave a 6-inch gap. So this side here, we're going to go all the way down. Sewing this at a 1/2 inch. Okay, so we got that side. I'm going to rethread my machine because it's starting to act weird. My bobbin looks like my bobbin thread looks really nice, but my top stitching is like zigzaggy kind of for some reason. So just going to rethread because maybe something got loose. Okay, so now we're going to do the other side. We're doing a 1/2 inch. And I'm going to put a clip here to just remind me where to stop so that I can have a nice good size gap so that I can turn my bag through. So we're going to do a 1/2 inch seam allowance here. Okay, there we go. And now we're going to start right about here again, do another 1/2 inch, go a little further down. I think that should be good enough. 1/2 inch. There we go. You're right. I forgot, thank you. I forgot the slip pocket, which I knew I was going to do. So, we'll just real quickly add that on in the most awkward way possible. So I'm going to get this and I'm going to place it. I'm going to place my slip pocket about I'm gonna go 2.5 inches from the top of that fold. I think that should be a good placement. I was just sewing like I had nothing else to do. I guess I'm just as excited to get this bag done. Okay, I'm going to do something I don't normally do, and I'm going to pin this just because this is all attached. I'm going to turn this right sides out, and then I'm going to redo the pocket. We're going to want to make sure that we don't accidentally stitch both of the panels together. So I'm just getting the seam okay. So luckily my middles are already marked from when I was doing my bag, since I use a template. So mark my middles. So here is my middle. I'm going to go 2.5 inches from this bottom here. I'm going to fold this in half. My slip pocket. And where's my middle? I'm going 2.5 inches down from the, I'm going to see if I like the look of that. If not, I'll probably move it up. Let me see. I think that'll be good. And I'm going to pin it that way, making sure I don't get the bottom lining. I just want to make sure I get only one lining, not both of them. You don't want to accidentally. It probably would be easier, but already the bottom is open, so I'm not too worried about I'm not super worried about it being super hard, because it'll be easy to maneuver with the bottom open. If I had the bottom closed, I would have to undo everything. So I'm just going to stitch along the edge of the slip pocket at 1/8 of an inch. So I'm just going to slide this under. I have my oh my goodness. I have my stitch length at A4, and I am just going to stitch this down. You're not gonna be able to see it. This is gonna be in the dark. There we go. So it's all nice and straight. I pinned it, so I'm not worried about it coming undone. I'm gonna go along this bottom now at 1/8 of an inch also. Just moving out my lining out of the way as I stitch it. 1/8 of an inch. Okay. I'm going to pull out my pins. I'll show you where my slip pocket is at. Got your slip pocket. Yes, Stephanie. The color is called Rose Gold. I got it at Fabric Warehouse Direct. Yeah. I avoid seam ripping also. So real quickly, let's cut down this seam allowance like the pattern says. Try to get rid of that bulk that's in there right now. So it wants you to cut it down to, let's see, 1/4 inch. So I'm doing the side that we stitched all the way down right now. I'm going to, we're going to cut the seam allowance also on the other side, but it's going to be a little bit different. So I'm going to go ahead and do like an angle right into that 1/4 inch where the 1/4 inch right into the seam allowance here, but I'm not cutting the seam allowance where the opening is, because we're going to need that extra, we're going to need that seam allowance so that we can close our bag. So your bag should look like this. So you cut down the seam allowance. This will be open right here, because when we top stitch the bag close, that's what we're going to use to top stitch it close. Okay. Okay, so now we are going to sew the lining bottom panel. So we have our middle marks right here from when I cut the bag. If you don't have your middle seams marked, go ahead and, or your your middle seam marks here, because we have the 1/4 ones right here. We're going to be using these side seams. You're going to want to make sure, just like we did in step 4 with the bottom panel, you're going to want to make sure that your 1/4 marks are marked, because it will make it easier to put on that bottom panel. Which, did I not cut out a bottom panel? I'm pretty pretty sure I did. Where is it? Is the question. Okay, so I guess I did not cut out a bottom panel yesterday. Go figure. Okay. Luckily, I have this extra sheet here. Yes, this is the first time I am doing the drawstring. Actually, this is really kind of, I would say, probably the first time I've made the Bonnie bucket. The last time I made it, I wouldn't count it as a make. I'm going to grab my, this extra cutting mat I have on the side. Real quickly, just going to cut this. I have a rotary cutter somewhere. Okay. Colleen, don't worry. I forget to, I don't know. Sometimes I think I'm prepared and then I go to make a bag and I'm like, wow, I did not do half of the things that I was supposed to do. Where was I yesterday cutting this out? Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut out my centers and my quarter marks on my lining panel. So I have it folded. I'm just cutting about just like an 1/8 of an inch, not that big. And I'm gonna go ahead and put these together, put the middle marks together into like a hot dog style, and mark your quarter points there. Do the same thing to your other side. Same. Oh my goodness. I've already lost like 2 pairs of snips and I'm on my last one. And now I'm looking for, oh, it's actually where it's supposed to be. Actually, what I'm gonna have to start doing is buying my stuff in bulk also so that I can replace it. A lot of it, I find also that my stuff has legs and somehow it walks out into the living room or into my bedroom somehow or into the kids' playroom. So, yes. So now we're going to do our bottom panel. Just like we did to the exterior. So we're marking our middle points. Uh-oh. Middle point. Now we're going to mark the corner points or the quarter points right here with the seam allowance. With the side seam, sorry, not seam allowance. do the same exact thing to the other side, mark it, and now, just like we did on the exterior, we're going to work our way from one side to the quarter point. This one here might have to be looks like it's fitting in nicely, just like the now I'm going to flip it. We're going to do the same exact thing. I'm just going to continue making my way from like one quarter point to the center, and then to the center to the next quarter point. So just yes, my stuff disappears also. It's so frustrating. Or it gets ruined or somehow chewed on, or so I'm just easing this into the sand. Since I'm having to, this one isn't, it's not difficult, but I am having to like really make sure that it's fitting in nicely. Just want to make sure that I'm putting it in as like a 3D object, I guess. So we're making sure everything fits nicely. Using a little bit more clips than I had to on the exterior. I'm just working, really making sure that I ease these corners in so that it fits nicely. There we go. And now, doing our last one. And then we can sew it together, and then we're pretty much done. I'm just really working all this in, making sure everything is eased in where it should be. Nothing is puckering. Yes. It doesn't go in as easily as the exterior, but I will say it's not as much work as I've had to do on some other bags. There's some other bags that I'm like, my hands are about to fall off from like constantly having to work it. Okay, so with just like the exterior, we're gonna have the main panel up. Jacqueline, I am using waterproof canvas. It is definitely, like Dalva said, less flexible than cotton. So we're gonna be sewing this in at a 1/2 inch seam allowance. Stitch length is at a 3. Just gonna go slow, making sure I get a nice round corner. It'll be a little bit easier to sew, I feel like, because I'm not gonna have as much bulk as I did when I was sewing the exterior. Plus, I also had that stabilizer, the Decaville, or if you're using Peltex. So all those layers kind of made it a little bit more difficult to sew the curves versus this is just 2 layers of waterproof canvas. So I'm just going to continue going at a 1/2 inch seam allowance, making sure that if I adjust that my needle is down so I don't rip out any, so I don't rip this out from underneath my foot, because that would be sad. I'm just adjusting, making sure everything fits and is all nice and even. Go as slow as you need to. We're kind of on the straight. That's a little bit easier to do. I do not find, it is heavier than cotton, but I like the feel it gives a bag. And I like the feel it gives the inside of a, I like the feel it gives the inside of the bag too. It's all personal preference, I guess. Some people don't like working with waterproof canvas. It is a little bit more difficult to work with. Like Dalva said, it's not very flexible. So like when it comes to easing in seams and stuff, it could be a little bit tricky. But I like working with waterproof canvas. And also it saves on interfacing too. I don't have to interface this with SF101, which is nice. It lowers my overhead expense a little bit, because SF101 can be pretty expensive. I'm just making my way, making sure my needle is down, because you don't want it to shift at all. Yes, less interfacing, less cutting, less headache, like here said. Okay, so that is my bottom. Yes, Colleen. I do also buy the colors from the waterproof canvas from Walmart. I think it's like called Pro Turf, I believe. They have it in like a forest green, gray, lime green, and like a really pretty teal blue. And that's where I get those colors from. I also would get my black from Hobby Lobby. But Hobby Lobby doesn't do the coupons anymore, so I might just end up buying from Fabric Warehouse Direct now. So I'm going to go ahead and trim down my seam allowance, just like I did in step 4. I'm cutting it to like a 1/4 of an inch or an 1/8 of an inch. Yes. Oh, yes. And they do have the like tan, like khaki kind of color. But they haven't had that in a while at my Walmart. They mainly, oh, and they have red and royal blue. They have royal blue and red. Okay. So, we got our bottom. I trimmed down the seam allowance. That is one of my favorite movies. I love Johnny Depp. So, normally when I sew, I would put on Crybaby because it was free on Amazon Prime like videos, but it's not anymore. So, but I haven't seen Edward Scissorhand in a long time. Edward Scissorhand? I cannot say that. Okay, so now we're going to be finishing the bag. So, Tauva. Okay, with the lining wrong side out, just like this. Place the interior, place the exterior inside the lining. So I want to make sure, I like to have my, it's just me, I like to have my slip pocket on the outside of the bag, not on the inside. So like if I'm carrying it on my shoulder, I like it to be on the outside here, not on the inside. Golden Girls. Honestly, this sounds horrible. I've never seen Golden Girls. So it's gonna be a little bit of a tight fit. Don't worry, because you don't want your lining to be super baggy. So you're just gonna have to adjust so that it just want to adjust it so that it is pulled up. Whoop, that clip broke. I got bigger clips. I am a cartoon girl growing up. I still am. Apparently I'm childish, and I enjoy like watching like adult cartoons like Bob's Burgers. And I still watch regular cartoons. SpongeBob. So now I'm just gonna get this, and I am lining my top. I'm just gonna line this up here, and we are lining the edge to edge and matching the seams so that here. Make sure my seams are actually straight, because I don't think they are. That is good. My kids are going through my okay, so my 2-year-old, I got an iPad for Christmas, and he is going through like a phase. He's watching this, like, it's a sister and brother, and they are they do all like this, you know, like YouTube playing and stuff like that, and he's been asking me for his sister, and I'm like, not happening, dude. Wait, so that he can watch this, and he like does Blippi too. Okay, so I am gonna continue making this nice and even, making sure everything fits. You don't want to get any puckering here. Oh, punched myself in the face. So, okay. There we go. Set that aside. So now we're going to sew around the top raw edge with a 1/2 inch seam allowance. I'm going to start from in the middle. 1/2 inch seam allowance. My stitch length is at a 3. And here we go. Making sure everything stays nice and even. Adjusting if I need to. Making sure that my needle is down if I do adjust. So, 1/2 inch. Right when I get to this strap connectors, I'm going to go ahead and reinforce it with another stitch, back stitch. That way, I don't have to worry about it coming undone. Okay. 1/2 inch seam allowance all the way around. I'm going to cut this extra thread off. Just going at this 1/2 inch. I'm getting to my strap connector, so I'm going to put my needle down so that I can adjust it. Back stitching. Sure it's all nice and straight. There we go. That is so funny, Stephanie. Oh my goodness, I never even thought about that. Congrats, it's a purse. Okay, so now we are going to trim this. I am going to trim everywhere but where my strap connectors are at. Just want to make sure they are extra sturdy. I don't want to So I'm just cutting this all the way around at a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Like I said, I'm not cutting the seam allowance around the strap connectors. Yay! I cannot wait to see how your bag turned out, Colleen. Okay, now we are turning the bag. So I'm just grabbing one end. I'm just gonna carefully pull it through. Once I get this bottom where that Decoville heavy is at, once I get that through, it's gonna be easy peasy. There we go. There we go. That was the, it's a zipper template by Pierre. So, see if you can see. My hand's stuck. Can you see that? So it's the template from Pierre. So it's a zipper template from Pierre. See? She has many different ones. I think my next one will be the overlays. Because you could use an overlay for that pocket that we did here. You can get one of her overlays templates and it can go around here, and it's like those round ones that you for mine I'm gonna be using I won't be using a press because I don't have the dies for the press. So I'm just making sure that all my corners are out. And then here, we're just gonna close this up. If you want, you can hand stitch it. I am just going to top stitch it closed. So I'm just gonna fold this. So I'm just folding it over just like that, and then I'm gonna top stitch it, and that is that. And then we can do the grommet part. So I'm just doing a 1/8 of an inch. I would recommend using a thread that kind of blends in. I'm using bright black thread. Okay. Okay, so you have it done, and now you will put the bag in, and we'll top stitch. I believe we're going to top stitch, and then we are going to do our templates for the grommets, which apparently I lost my grommet template. No idea where it's at. Go figure. So I'm just kind of using my fingers to roll this. So I'm just trying to roll my seams down because we're going to top stitch this. If you want, you can clip it. I want to roll it so that you can't really see the lining. So this is going to be the bag. Now we can do the drawstring. I'm excited but nervous. Let's do this. I'm going to put so we're going to top stitch at 1/8 of an inch. I'm going to grab just a few clips. I think it would have went really well, but I'm okay with, I don't think it looks, I guess I just have to make another one, I guess. It's pretty much what's going to have to happen. So I'm just rolling this down so that you don't see any of the lining peeking from behind. There we go. I'm just a little bit, not too much. I just want to make sure that you won't see any of the pink when I top stitch the, you could also use like the same, like for this panel, you could use vinyl, like your exterior color, so that it blends in a lot easier, or it blends in. Okay, so I'm going to push that in. I'm going to check to make sure. Having plenty of I would use white, or you can use black. Is it just plain gray? You can do a contrasting color. I just use black. My top panel is I just did black. I didn't change it. You could do Okay, so I'm gonna start kind of over on the edge on the back. And I'm gonna start top stitching. I have my stitch linked to A4, and here we go. I'm gonna go slow because I don't want to mess up. Making sure that if I need to adjust, my needle is down. Making sure that my bag is adjusted. So I'm going to be getting to this. I have this hump here for where my connector is. I'm putting my hump jumper there. This will help me get a nice even stitch. It's a little thick here. Just gonna needle down and adjust. This is the front, so I want to make sure that it's perfect because this is what people are gonna see the most of. Making sure my needle is down when I'm adjusting. Needle is down. I'm just going to real quickly cut this thread here, this extra thread, so that I don't get it sucked up in my machine. Super important because you don't want like nesting or anything, especially because I'm using like a black thread and it will be seen. It won't blend in very well. Okay. So I'm getting to my strap connector. I'm going to put my hump jumper in. Gonna adjust this real quickly. There we go. Hump jumper's in. Here we go. And the last bit, almost to the end. Okay, hot stitching is done. So I use Tech 70. I use Tech 70 bonded nylon from Sunny Sewing. Thank you, Monique. Okay. Now, our grommets part. So I'm just going to put my hand in here. I just want to make sure that everything sits on nice and neat in here. Okay. So I'm gonna go to my cutting table. I think that's where I left my grommet, placement. So go and grab your grommet placement if you're doing the grommets. So I'm just kind of hole punching the, I'm just hole punching out the holes where it says to mark your grommets. So I'm going to get my white pen. So here is this is what the grommet looks like for the Bonnie. Monique. So it says to match this edge here. So you're gonna match this edge. Ooh, that's Mickey. That is so awesome. That's gonna be so exciting. Okay, so you're gonna match. Sorry, you're gonna match this edge to this center seam right here. That's the center seam. So you're going to get that edge and you're going to match it up. And that's where you're going to place your grommets. Do the same exact thing to the other side, just going to mirror it. So you're going to flip it just like this. And add your markings in. Okay. So you have your markings right there. Looks good. I'm going to flip it over and we're going to do the same exact thing onto the other side. Match it up to that center seam and mark. Okay, so I got my marks. I set that aside. I've been thinking about selling my Zoje machine to try to like fund some of it, but I just can't let them go. Okay, so now we're right here. We're going to be at the prepare grommet. So we're going to match the placement dots to the top of the finished bag to mark the placements for the grommets. We're going to mark 12 dots. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. These are just cheap pins I found on Amazon. They came in white, blue, red, and gray. So oh yeah, you definitely can't sew leather on the 8700s. Like medium to heavyweight, you wouldn't be able to. Okay, let's see, where am I at? Grommets are placed 2 1/4 inch apart on panels and 2 1/2 inch apart when crossing a seam. So we're going to get, let me see where my 1 inch is. I guess I'll just use my 1/2 inch. So they need to be like 2, and I believe it said 2 1/4. No, 2, yeah, 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. So I'm gonna redo this, the curved ones, because it did not match up to the 2 1/4. So I'm just going to, probably would have been easier if I had a couple clips that would hold it in place for me. So there we go. I'm going to redo that one, and then I'm going to check it. Two 1/4, perfect. Flip it over to this side, and I'm going to check it for the 2 1/4 also. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4. This was a little too far over. It was at like 1, it was like almost at 2 3/4. So I'm going to lace this on. Done. 2 1/4. Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to check these side seams. These side seams here, it says are going to be 2 1/2 inches from crossing the side seams. So let me check to make sure. Okay. So now that that is done, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my grommets. My grommets are bigger than they're supposed to be, for sure. But that'll be okay. So what I'm going to do is I lost my setter. Grab my I need to grab my ruler, but let me see. So I have these little things that I have on Amazon. It we'll cut a hole out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the right size for my grommets. You don't want them, it says you don't want it bigger than your, use a die cutter or sharp scissors to cut small circles centered over your grommet marks. The opening shouldn't be larger than the opening of your grommet. You can use a grommet trace to trace the grommet hole. So I think this one is going to be perfect because it fits inside of it, so it's not going to be bigger than the hole. And like I said, I got this on Amazon. Let me just grab my mallet, my rubber mallet. Okay. I'm going to grab this because you're going to want to make sure that you don't accidentally cut a hole into your bag either. So I'm going to get my little tracer. Yes, Jane, I hope I said your name right. Is it Jenny? You'll be able to see part 1 and 2. You'll be able to see all the lives. So what I'm doing is I'm centering that hole in the middle, and then I'm going to cut it out without hitting my hands, which seems to be. I just want to cut the hole all the way through. If you had a press, it'd probably be a little bit easier. This out of the way. Maybe it's just because it's uneven. So I'm gonna. If you have a rivet die, that would probably be super nice. There we go. Now I gotta get the. Okay. I'm just going to trim this off because do the same thing. Center this as best as I can. And move on to the other side. We're just going to continue doing that all the way until we've cut out all the grommet holes. So I'm just centering this. The hole is centered in the middle. Trying to find a way to do this. I'm just cutting this out, and then I'll go through and I can get the I can cut out the lining. So. She's going to continue doing this until we cut them all out. Almost there. You want to make sure that you have something in between your layers when you're cutting the grommet holes out if you're using one of these, because you don't want to accidentally cut through. So I have a little tiny like cutting mat. So that's what I'm using. And I'm just going to continue moving this all the way around. Trying to poke up this piece that's stuck in here. Okay. Yes, I would say probably it's a little time consuming for sure. It's not as quick as I bet if you had a grommet hole punch, it'd be easier, but I do not have a grommet hole punch, so I'm having to do this all by hand. Okay, last one, and then I can just cut out these linings real quick, which will be fairly easy and quick, I hope. Okay, so I'm just going to flip my bag right here to my inside, and I'm just going to real quickly cut these linings out. Okay, last one here. Don't know where I put my thing at. Now we're going to be setting our rivets, or our grommets. So I'm going to put this in here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to set my rivets into the holes that they're supposed to go into. And then from there I can put the washers on, and then we can set it. I'm actually kind of glad we went with the brass, because I just realized I don't even have rose gold grommets. I'm going to need to order more, because I think that this is going to be another bag I make quite often. Uh-oh. So, I think, so I only have enough to do, let me see how many come in here. So it only comes in a set of 10. Yes, I do. I love pandas. I'm actually obsessed with them. Panda's everything. That's my panda shrine. Okay, so, like I said, I'm missing 2 grommets because this only comes with 11 or 10. So I'm going to have to go out and buy more of these to do the last 2. But that's okay because it's in the back so nobody will see it. I'll be able to still take pictures of it. So, I'm going to grab a wood panel so that I have a, actually I'm just going to grab the one that's over here. Hopefully that will make it a little bit easier. So, I'm going to put it in like, all right, here we go. So I'm going to put I'm going to put that down. I've got my setter in. And it says to hit it with a hammer, so I have a hammer. Before I had a rubber hamlet. All right, I'm super nervous. And so now it says, hammer forcefully. Here we go. So loud. Okay, I'm gonna actually go on the floor to do this. I think that would probably be better. Okay, actually, I'm going to take y'all over with me to the concrete that we have in the garage. I think that will be better. Oh no, I'm dropping everything. Okay, there's one. Okay, well, I lost a washer. Okay, sorry, I hope I don't make anybody sick. Okay. want to do it on concrete. I'm going to switch this. Yes, Joyce. It made it so much easier. Like before, like on my like that wood or the doing it on my table, it wasn't budging at all. Okay, so I'm gonna have to go find. So these are the grommets. If you look on the inside, they look nice. Okay, so it seems that my washers have grown legs and walked away. So I'm missing some. Oh wait, here's one. And I know I dropped one, so I'm gonna try to find that last one that I know that fell somewhere. And then I can go back and redo the last two. Found it. Okay, so I'm gonna go over quickly. Rivet these last two. Actually, no, I'm still missing. I'm missing one. Hold on a second. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go find more of those. I'm gonna have to find more of these because I lost one of these. I lost one of the eyelets or the washers. Oh wait, no I didn't. No, yes. Yes, I did lose. So I'm gonna go put these on real quick. Okay, so this is done. I'm gonna have to go buy more eyelets. So this is how I kind of did it. I should have put that last one over here. I thought I did, but I guess, I don't know. So, let's just pretend that everything went according to plan. So we're going to, you're just gonna thread this through like this. Like, I could be wrong on how you thread this. But I would think that it would, right? Let's see what the, oh yeah, so pull each end of the drawstring through an opening in the center and then tie a simple knot. So I'm gonna say this is how I think I'm doing it right. Or maybe I'm not. Okay, perfect. Alright. So then you'll kind of just, I guess, make it even. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna get this piece here. You're gonna want the seam on the back. You're gonna wanna lace this through. And let me see if I can find, I have a bodkin. So let's see if I can find that. Maybe that will help me. don't have one. Let's just see if I can. Oh yeah, I do have those. Thank you. Oh, and look at that. It has chocolate milk on it, like powder. Chocolate milk powder. I wonder why. Almost there. Yeah. Okay, we got one. The cincher is a little tight. Almost there. This is pretty much all I need to do is get this and then add my my handle, but my handle is going to be rivet on. Say if you're using vinyl, you probably want to if you're using a vinyl, I would recommend that you make the cincher just a little bit bigger. It's a little hard. Maybe the vinyl would hopefully loosen up over time. Okay. So now I want you to just tie a knot at the bottom. Okay. Thank you, Dad, for joining. Yes, we're done, just about. We have our cincher in. I'm just gonna try to close it. Oh yeah. Guess what, Delva? I totally forgot I didn't have and this is why I will just we'll see. Okay, real quickly, let's just add on those let's add that handle on, and then I can show you the bag, and we can go. I can go and eat. I'm starving. Let's see. And there I go, losing an important piece of the all this stuff. Well, oh, you know what? I think I put it down here. There we go. Yes, definitely. It has to be a little wider. What I think I'm gonna do is when I'm done, I'm gonna cut these off, and then I'm gonna redo them. Real quickly, I just want to fold this. We'll fold it about an inch. Put my extra rivets. Okay. You could add strap ends if you wanted to, so that you don't see the raw edges. Okay, one more and we are done. The purse is, well, you might be done if you had enough rivets. I did not, so. Okay, here it is. This is actually really cute. Wow, I was not expecting this. I think I did just make me a bag. And then, you know, if you, Yolanda, these I got off Amazon. The bigger box right here. Some of them did come off Amazon, but a lot of the ones that are in the bags are Emmeline hardware from Emmeline bags. What seems too stiff on yours, Colleen? Thank you, Dalva. Joy, I love it too. I think I did just make myself a bag. Thank you, Raven. I'm a mess. I just really enjoy sewing and helping everybody, and I just hope that like I gave y'all something new to to do, or some kind of tips or something. And plus, I enjoy sitting and chatting with everybody. It makes sewing go by quicker. Okay, yes. I saw something somewhere that said if you did the zipper here, it did make it a little stiff. You didn't get that droopy look. And I will say it is a little stiff back here, but because I did do that slip pocket in the back, but I would say we probably, let's see, where are we at right here? So we're 2 hours here. I'd say it probably took us 4 hours to make this bag. Thank you, everyone. So excited. I can't see. Well, I can't see. Oh my goodness. It is late, obviously. I cannot wait to see all of your sews. I will take pictures, and it will be our little secret that there's stuff missing in the back. But yes, thank you, everybody. Please, if you post a picture, tag me. Also, we're doing the $50 giveaway for the tops and bobbins. You don't need to make a bag in order to do it. I was wrong on that. I did say that on Sunday. All you need to do is, if you watch the live, there's a link to do the raffle. Sign in and do the you just do the raffle copter or something like that, and it'll put you into the to the giveaway, and then we'll draw and see who the winner is. And that is a really good $50 to tops and bobbins will get you that pretty much that full template that I showed you. I think it was like 35 bucks that I spent on it. Yes, Joy. I'm super excited. I think I'm going to be in trouble because I'm going to be making this bag non-stop. I can see why the drawstring bag is very popular. But, alright everybody, good night. Thank you so much for joining me. And I guess I'll see you on, next month. Because I only do one live a month now. I might just spontaneously go live for the Lola. If you want me to, just let me know. I'll do the Lola live. Alright, bye everyone. Have a good night. I guess tag me tomorrow in your makes. I can't wait to see them. Bye.